going? Joseph, congrats on the first. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So, last night I was doing a bit of studying. Oh my gosh. So I was doing a bit of studying on the Fourier Transform. Hey, Boz. Hope you're doing well, dude. So at the Fourier Transform, I did all 4 parts of this question. I got it slightly wrong, though, for a really annoying reason. And I would like to... and I was trying to figure out last night, but I was just getting a little too tired. Did my voice? Apparently it did. Nice, had a little thing. A little thing like stuck in my throat. That's what she said. What? Oh no! Don't do that. And so I wasn't careful with the sign of this K here. And so I want to figure out what the hell is up with this. It's like in this problem they didn't care about the sign of K. And I think I would need to like back up to a previous section. I just don't know which section they would have done this in is the issue. I'm also very confused about convolution products. I need to think about these more. Because the book did not give an example of how you actually use them. How should I go about figuring this out? I don't know. Okay, so let's just see. Part A was completely fine. Part B was the first one where I was slightly wrong. I said it was pi e to the ak over a. My only issue was that it needed to be an absolute value of k with a minus sign in front. And so my theory is that the work that I did implicitly assumed that k is negative. And if k is positive, the only thing I could think that would change is how we calculate the residue. But when I did that down here, it didn't actually... It came out the same. Gonna be mad. I mean, hopefully, Fenbox. I'm just learning here that if you want to compute the Fourier transform or something, it can often involve computing a contour integral. Oh my god. That was a good stutter right there. I am getting better at it though. Like, it's becoming more automatic to to me now. Um, Man, this work is just way too tightly packed. Can I? Oh yeah, the part D was a bit of a thing. Part D was the most annoying one in terms of there's 3 different cases depending on the relative sign or the relative like sizes of K and A. And that's the one that I'm the most lost on. But that one we're gonna save for last. I think it'll be more helpful to try to figure out the allegedly simple one first, which is part B. Okay, now we have enough room to actually mess with this. Oh, wait, this is the answer for part C. So you see, the answer part C was a really some problem, and the answer involves some absolute value of K business. My answer right here did not. It's nearly the same though if you assume K is negative or positive or something, or it does like check out to be the exact same for a certain case of K, but apparently not enough cases. And so I think theoretically, if K is negative, there's already a negative sign right here. So it means that the E is staying in the numerator. And I kept the E in the numerator when calculating this residue here, which is why I think the answer I got goes with a negative K. Um, and so if K is positive, my thinking was that basically means that we could write it like this and theoretically get a different residue than this. Terrible. Just erase the whole thing. But that didn't help, I don't think. I ended up getting the exact same thing as here. Oh wait, maybe if K is negative, this is annoying. You know, this is an even function. We could do the even Fourier transform, which gives the same result. I verified it in part A, because that was also an even function. It's a really strange definition to me, but it works. Gives the same thing. So we can compute f hat c and see what we get. So we're going to basically take our function, stick a root 2 in front of it to get small fc. Throw in a cosine kx. Oh, what a terrible infinity. And if we evaluate this integral, we'll get f hat c. I don't like how crowded that is. And so if we want to do this integral, the book actually does this integral as an example problem in a previous section. They specifically said that k is greater than 0, though. Hey, Sage. Your mom's birthday is today, too. Nice. Well, happy birthday to your mom. So the thing about this is that I feel like we shouldn't have to care whether k is positive or negative because cosine's an even function. Putting a negative in here affects literally nothing. You must say your usual greetings. Yes. Hello, hello, Sage. Always good to see you. All right, see ya. A man with brown eyes has a surprise for you. That sounds really creepy. That sounds like it's gonna be a smallpox blanket. Like, that's where my mind is going. Um, you get half the blanket. All right. You have a hard bargain. So okay, so the weird thing here is that cosine of kx is equal to cosine of minus kx. But e to the ikz is not equal to e to the minus ikz. So how does that work? That's a... It's a really annoying detail here. And where they do it in the book is they do a cop-out and they say k is greater than 0. And so they just expect you to magically be able to figure out later on how to deal with it when k isn't greater than 0. They do have a plus or minus. Why is the plus or minus there, actually? Oh, depending on where the contour is. Huh. Why? Okay, Adia, I can try with it. So you stick the minus sign there if you're doing the contour in the lower half plane. I don't understand why. But that does answer the question. So the contour I did was the upper half plane. If k is negative, we want to stick. Oh, okay. I think I'm learning. If k is negative, we're enclosing the minus IA pole. Color Cone, thank you so much for the raid. Good job on that stream. I was watching, at least like the later part of it. But yeah, I appreciate it. For people who are here already, check out Color Cone, everyone's favorite French Canadian. Yeah. Right now I'm working on some Fourier transform problems. I was doing these problems last night off stream, and I nearly got them all right. I was just a little bit sloppy with my signs of the constants that are included, like the A, the B, and the C and stuff. And so I'm trying to go back and figure out why. And so I think I just figured it out for part B. I need to check for C and D though. Yeah, Fembox, I've said it a million times, but I'm going to keep on saying it. We have such a cool group of people who are here. Okay, and so what happens with this contour if we do the other side? The dog side of the contour. We want to go that way and that way. The arc part, it shouldn't matter. It should contribute nothing, just like me. Is that a... Oh, I wasn't trying to do a Sean Connery voice. Maybe I unconsciously slipped into one, though. Oh, the dark side of the contour. Well, when did he say that? I was just thinking of like Star Wars. He didn't? Oh, okay. You said I was saying that in a Sean Connery voice. The dark side of the contour. No, I was just, that was just a Don original weirdness. But maybe Star Wars would have been improved if Sean Connery played Emperor Palpatine. I would watch it. My intention with Sean Connery is pretty good though. I'll take it. Don Connery. I look like Ed Sheeran, but I sound like Sean Connery. So, do we have a problem, Houston? I think we have a sign problem. Because we're going to get a negative result when we go to plug it into the contour integral. 2 pi I times the residue. Minus pi e to the minus ak over 2a. I need to check the answer key. I don't think there was supposed to be a minus sign in front. No. Let's get that one there too. So got to post in the Discord. Oh God. Okay, so Dia, you're asking, why did the solution have some things in it? The original problem, let alpha beta be real numbers such that sum comes out to be 1. An annoying limit. L'Hopital's applies. I assume you just have to probably do 2 rounds of L'Hopital's even. Alpha is 1, beta is 1, 6. Okay. Oh, series. That's a good idea. Okay. So you could do this with L'Hopital's, but series saves you some time. That's what is happening right there. So if you know the power series for sine, those are the first few terms of the power series for sine. And the trick when evaluating limits is this limit is going to 0. I assume this is the piece that you're asking about. If this isn't what you're asking about, then tell me. Yeah, it's a Taylor series. Centered at 0. And because the limit is going to 0, the trick or the nice thing about Taylor series is that you really don't need to care about, like, you can take just the first few terms and anything else is insignificant, because if you take a really small number and raise it to the power of 5, it's even smaller and it's contributing very little to the overall value. How to take out the value of alpha and beta? I'll have to plug it in and see what we get. One thing to note is that the Taylor series for this one will be slightly different. It's sine of beta x. So we need to insert a beta into everywhere where we see x for the numerator. So it'll be beta x minus beta x cubed over 3 factorial plus beta x to the 5th over 5 factorial minus. But yeah, so we can plug that in, x squared sine beta x. Alpha x minus sine x. So it looks like they take just the first two terms. So here, we'll say it's equal to just beta x minus beta cubed x cubed over 3 factorial. How to solve them? Hey, Color Cone, thank you again for the raid. Nicely done on the normal forms, the Smith normal forms. I'm not sure why they took the first two terms specifically. That's part I've never been quite clear on when using Taylor series. Yes, and happy birthday to Color Cone. Yeah, that's a good question, Aditya. I'm not clear on how many terms you should generally take for these. This is enough for me to go off of, I think. And so we can do a plus dot dot dot. Sometimes when using series, they'll use something called like big O notation or small O notation or something, or sometimes to symbolize that like anything that we're leaving off is x to the 5th or higher. I'm not going to use that though, because I don't really know much about it, so I tend not to use it. I'm just going to say dot dot dot, and that accomplishes the same thing for this purpose. Okay, and so the point is everything in the dot 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 is negligible. We can just ignore it. And we have a common factor on the top and bottom of x. So let's cancel that. No, you can speak French. I only get nervous if like people I don't know as well speak other languages, but I know that you're cool. Minus x squared over 3 factorial. Hey Rex. Hope you're doing well. Okay, and so now... Well, this isn't good. You passed the vibe check, you did. I'm getting 0 for the entire limit. We know this limit is equal to 1. But isn't the numerator just 0? Like, what can alpha and beta possibly be to save this? The denominator has to be 0 too. Oh, okay. Yeah. L and the 6 is going to come from the power rule. Okay. So... Oh, wait, that's so weird. So, Adi just posted more of the solution from the YouTube video. Why do they only take one term in the top and two terms on the bottom? That seems very strange to me. Oh no, Rex, I sure do not. The plan is to just show up there and hope it goes well, basically. Or like hope that I can find a place quickly. You just need the leading terms to have the same degree. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty inexperienced with using Taylor series for limits, so I didn't know that. Okay, so let me back up. So well, yeah, I remember the limit rules for rational functions, but this still feels arbitrary. This is what I don't like. So at the logic here, I guess, is that we only really want to take the first term if possible because it's just simpler to work with. And so in the top, if we take just the first term, we'll have an x squared times beta x. So that's like x cubed in the numerator. And so in the denominator, we want the degree to be the same. So we go out one more term in the series, so we get an x cubed. And I'm not really entirely comfortable with this idea, but I think it's what you're supposed to do. Upper value 0, lower. Yeah, so that'll be the next thing to figure out here because he showed it in a different way. I'll try and show him the way that he was showing it. Nope, I did that wrong. Okay, so if you try to plug 0 directly into this limit, you're just going to get a 0 in the numerator. Because you could cancel an x from the top and bottom. But no matter what you do, you're going to get an x in the numerator. And so the only way for it's possible for this limit to come out to be 1 is if the denominator also is 0. You think we need Mouse here? Is Mouse? He probably would know how to do this too, yeah. And yeah, I do have a cousin who's out there. I hardly know him though, but I'll be fine. I'm sure I can figure it out. So yeah, the only way this can possibly come out to be something that's not 0 is if the denominator is also 0. So we need to require that alpha minus 1 equals 0. Because we kind of want to get rid of this term here, basically. Because otherwise this x is going to cancel with the numerator. And we are going to get just like a number. Like it might be more clear if I show you like more like so this is where I got stuck just a second ago. My next step was to cancel the x. So I got alpha minus 1 plus x cubed over 3 ... And so I tried to plug in 0 into this, and I was getting 0 over alpha minus 1, and I was like, uh-oh, this doesn't, like, that's equal to 0. It's not equal to 1. So the way that we save this, oh, thank you, $10. The way that we save this is that we know then alpha minus 1 must equal 0. Because if it's 0 over 0, we still have a shot at being something else. So that means alpha equals 1. And so now what we end up with, I'm going to kind of section this work off, because it's not where we're going to continue from. I'm going to continue from here. And so now if alpha equals 1, this term here is 0, so we get just x cubed over 3 factorial equals 1. I think you could do the entire limit just with L'Hopital's and not worry about series. But I was trying to explain the method that this person was using. I think it's quicker than L'Hopital's. Because L'Hopital's, you might need repeated applications. I'm not sure. Oh, nice. This actually works out nicely. So we're going to get an x cubed here, an x cubed there. They're going to cancel. So we're going to get beta over 1 over 3 factorial equals 1 when we actually evaluate this limit. And so we well, okay, that's equal to 3 factorial times beta. That equals 1. 3 factorial is 6, so beta is 1/6. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, this is like, this series way is not the only way to do the limit. Yeah, well, with L'Hopital's, I think there's a lot more of a risk of making some small mistake somewhere. But it is more like direct It doesn't require as much thinking. No, I don't know what textbooks they're going to require yet. They don't uh seem like they have their stuff together in that respect yet. Like the classes. Um I was even trying to look at like signing up for a journal club, but they still haven't really figured those out yet either. Um But the plan is to not buy textbooks to the greatest extent possible because they're overpriced and often a scam. I only bought textbooks the first year of my undergrad, and after that, I only bought like the keys for the homework website because I don't want to support. I want to support the textbook companies as little as possible when they are publishing a new edition every year that doesn't change anything, and just raising the price because they know they can. I'm moving in a few days, basically, at DIA. It's a textbook with a girl influencer in the cover. Oh yeah. I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, they were math. There was a whole series of math textbooks with like attractive women on the cover, and that's like a nice change of pace from normal math textbooks. The library too, yeah. My undergrad school didn't have a library like that that you could actually get textbooks from. I don't think, but UW probably does. You know, I still. I'm trying to remember if I bought another textbook and just threw it away or something, but I think I only have one textbook that I have a hard copy of. Otherwise, I just always went for the online version. And like, I'm sure I paid way too much money for a book that isn't even bounded, but a differential equations textbook. I imagine I didn't throw it away. If I did buy another one, I don't know, but we're like spoken like a true cheap person. Like I think it's ridiculous if they're at the point where they're selling unbounded books as a way to let you save money. Like I feel like you're not really doing me a favor. But I think that's the only textbook I actually have left. That's hard for like a real thing. Okay, Aditya. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember having any other textbooks. I don't know though. Oh, you know what? I might have sold them. I think you could sell them back to the library for, and it's kind of like selling your games to GameStop where they pay you $2 and then turn around and sell your game for like $30 or something. But my height, I'm 5 feet 11 inches. I'm too lazy to do the conversion for you, but I'm sure Google will tell you. Okay, so I'm still doing something wrong. Oh wait, Zach, I only just now got the joke you were making with an unbounded book. Oh my god. Like the book could not belong on a compact set. Oh, nice, Adia. But that took me a long time. Oh my god. Okay, this negative sign here is ruining my life. I think otherwise I have this question right where I want it. Send the paper back. Time to go back to thesis? Wait, I thought the paper was your thesis. By the way, that... Oh wait, no. Maybe you explained this to me already. I'm sorry if I forgot, Jesu. By the way, that sounds like progress, though. I was watching The Lion King with your kids this last weekend. I was watching I Just Got Jokes that I never got when I was a kid, so it's cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't remember that with like Shrek. There were a lot of jokes snuck in there for the parents. And I'm sure that happens in a lot more kids movies. I just haven't gone back and watched that many. It was unrelated to your thesis? Oh, okay. I sure did, Fembox. Thank you. Um, I forgot what I was gonna say. Fair enough, Jujutsu. So, but aren't you gonna have to start your undergrad soon? I feel like uh the timelines are merging here, I guess. Trouble and CB ineligible for the Fields Medal. There you go. Got got some googling to do. Whole math gang is here. They are, yeah. Hello, Moke. You're also starting at Helsinki soon. So are you just gonna be doing both at the same time? Okay. Doing a PhD whilst doing a BSc minor. Okay, yeah, fair. You're just gonna do both at the same time. Do I need to... Is there a direction issue? Maybe that's it. So wait. So I just kind of instinctively oriented this contour in my desired direction. Should I have oriented it? But that's not the usual way of orienting it. It should be so that if you walk along the border, the inside is on your left. Oh, you're not going to go back to grad school? I'm going to be honest, in my head, I was thinking like you're definitely going to go for the double PhD. Okay, so if the contour is oriented like this might be the reason, like we might need to stick a negative sign in front of it for that reason. Maybe that's how we save this? Can I derive E equals MC squared? Uh, not off the top of my head. In the general relativity book that I was studying, we did get to E equals MC squared though. Yeah, Nirasaki. Sorry, but that's how often people ask about JE, and that's how often I've tried and failed at them. So that's why I have that pin there. You cracked it this year? Oh, nice. Well, you should start a stream because a lot of people ask about it. Double PhD might be a thing, but you can't admit that. Okay, okay. Just taking it one step at a time. Okay, so I hope I'm correct in saying that we stick an extra negative sign on, in this case down here, because of the orientation of the contour. And so in this case, I think I was saying K is a positive. How can we tell? I mean, the thing we're just looking at from Aditya was screenshots from a YouTube video. So I'm sure there's some channels out there. I don't know if they do live streams like this. Yeah, News like I haven't enjoyed any of the JE questions that I've worked on. And please speak English. I started packing? No. Tomorrow's gonna be my packing day. And cleaning. I've got yeah. Oh yeah, Jasu. I've decided to buy only spherical boxes. I'm gonna pack them in a rectangular prism, which is the trunk of my mom's car. A lot of stuff. No, I've been selling off as much of my stuff as I can over the last few months. I'm gonna move my bed, my desk, my PC, and then clothes and kitchen stuff. And then all like the decorations and stuff there. If I might get rid of the bed if it doesn't fit. But the goal is to fit everything in the trunk of my mom's car. She has a decent sized car though. You know, the cylinders pack on the spheres. Milk, I'm going to Seattle. I'm going to study at University of Washington. Okay, so theoretically, in this case, k is a negative number. In this case, k is a positive number. And so you can summarize, or you can combine both those cases like this. I'm just confused on where, if I didn't know that in advance, I don't know just from this math. Like, I wouldn't have known just from here that k should have been a negative. I guess that's how the e stays in the numerator. I don't know, though. I think so. Yeah, I think. Okay. It's a bit further north at Western Washington University. Oh, nice. You know much about moving. I'm pretty sure you can't fit a bed in the trunk of a car. Well, the mattress folds up, the frame comes apart and folds up. It's a pretty thin mattress, and my mom has a decent sized car. It's like the size of like a, not like a big SUV, but like an average SUV. Nobody says that. Yeah, it's true. Government lab. Oh, wow. Well, that sounds cool. I mean, that's not offensive. That's just the day you were born, Aditya. That's just, you can't help what day your birthday's on. Appreciate you being careful with it. Mira's posted part of a problem. Okay, so I think we've gotten to the bottom of this for part B. What about for part C? So part C is nearly the exact same problem. It's just that we're squaring the denominator. The pull is twice as strong. And I think the work that I did here was, again, it matches up if k is a negative number. Yeah, it does. All right, Nurasaki, just don't get too wild there. Mir, I'm not sure I can do that, but I can think about it for a little bit. Fenlux, I think it comes from the orientation of the contour. The positive or oops. The positive orientation looks like that. But we need to put a negative sign on because we want from minus infinity to plus infinity. I think that's where it comes from. Yes, for reasons I'm not completely clear on. Uh, I think that one went with the lower half plane. I'm basing it off of section 4.2. So they give these two examples of the contour, 4.21, 4.22. And they say this lower contour goes with a negative exponent. That's the part that I'm not clear on. But like this is a section that we both read. This is where they were doing like these types of integrals. And so if there's e to a negative ikx, it goes with the lower contour for whatever reason. That's the part that I'm not clear on why. Yeah, I probably wouldn't get in. It seems like a really competitive university. Yeah, $10. Uh, I'm not completely clear on what the pulley is doing here. I guess is someone else over here also pulling it or something? Or that doesn't, I don't know. And if signs are like fruit flies, they're tiny, they're everywhere. They basically can't win against them. Yeah. I think it will be getting pulled the other way. Oh. I don't think the direction is that important. The angle between the rope and the horizontal, so that this is our angle of interest, theta. Okay, I think this isn't that bad actually. It's just a related rates problem. So we have a right triangle in here. The height is always 5. At this moment, the hypotenuse is 10. That isn't generally true. Let's draw it a little bit nicer over here. We can just take it as 10 though, because that's the only moment in time that we really care about. And then this is the remaining side that we probably don't need to care about. We just know that it's shrinking at a rate of 2 meters per second. So basically, if the box is right here, it's coming closer and closer to the other like leg of the triangle. 1.4 million students for 18,160 seats. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty wild idea. So we do know that sine of theta. Am I making this too simple? All right, see ya, Aditya. Good luck. I think I need to account that this 10 is changing. Is that what I'm missing here? Because I'm about to just say that this is a thing, but that's not really... If we take a derivative of that, it's not going to go well. So I think we need to back up a little bit. I think we need to... I guess the hypotenuse is 5 sine theta. And the bottom side is 5 tan theta? Or 5 cotan? Wait, tangent is opposite over adjacent. So I think cotan. Sine is opposite over hypotenuse. So isn't this cosecant? Yeah. This still doesn't feel right. We need to incorporate the 2 meters per second. Let's just, I think we need to call this like some length x. And by Pythagorean theorem, this is 25 plus x squared. Still doesn't, this doesn't feel right. But there's something about this that's just tripping me up. It shouldn't be that hard of a problem. Like I've done problems like this a lot of times before. Just the way this is phrased, it's just confusing me a little bit, I guess. So I guess in this moment, if that's 10 and that's 5, what's the remaining side? Five root 3? Isn't this the 30, 60, 90 triangle then? Hey, Linux physics, yeah. At least at this instant. Oh, wait. Okay, it's... Sine theta is equal to 5 over... I guess we can do tan theta. Tan theta is equal to opposite over adjacent, 5 over x. And we can take the derivative of time with each side. Hey, Uncle Polly, yeah. I don't think we need that exactly. Or I guess we will need that in a second here. But both theta and x are functions of time, is the point. Maybe that's what we're supposed to do here. So derivative of tangent is secant squared. Minus 5 over x squared dx dt. And I think now this is everything that we want. Because we know what theta is in this instant, we know what x is in this instant, we know that dx dt. Do we want it to be positive 2 or negative 2? I kind of want to say it's negative 2. So we're shrinking. But yeah, here's where we can know that theta is 30 degrees from I just recognize this as a 30, 60, 90 triangle. But you can use trig to figure that out too. Secant squared 30 degrees d theta, and we want to figure out d theta dt. X is 5 root 3, so x squared is 75. Dx dt is negative 2. And that's a good thing. Or yeah, theta should be increasing. So we do expect a positive result here. Thanks for the help, both Ungapali and Linux Physics. 5 over 75 is 1 over 15, right? Times cosine squared 30 degrees. Magnetism? I can try it, Suriname. It's not my strong suit, but I might be able to figure it out. Cosine of 30. Root 3 over 2? Yeah. So cosine squared is 3 over 4. That gives some nice cancellations. 1 over 20? One over 10? Radians per second? I think that's the answer there. And so if you want me to back up and explain it, Mir, let me know, or if you're following it even better. Yeah, I don't know why that one took me as long to figure out as it did. I think I was trying to plug things in too early. Okay, well, let's see Suriname's problem. I'm going to return to my eternal struggle with the signs. Well, I don't know. We figured out for the basic case. Maybe I'll leave this for off stream. We can move on to a new. Fourier transform problem. So I've gone through all of number 1. I have some work to do on C and D, but let's do number 2. Okay, so these look very similar to parts C and D from number 1. So once we answer these, I want to look for a similarity between the answers, which they're saying to do that too. So f of x using the where's my thing? Using the formula up here. 1 over 2 pi minus infinity to infinity e to the ikx over k squared plus w squared dk Donkey Kong. Okay, and so here we need to be careful about the sign of x. And no, I don't mean that. And so we have simple poles at plus and minus IW. Ooh, a Rubik's Cube. We can do that. Just gonna scramble it. Okay. No, I haven't packed anything yet. Inspection. Not a great opening. Okay. It's taking me too long. What the fuck is... Oh, it's a G-perm. Oh, which G-perm is this? Okay. Oops. It's pretty slow. Think for the redeem, though. Ooh. Maybe we can figure this out. So the magnetic field is going in the negative k direction. So parallel to the z-axis and pointing down. No worries, Mir. And it's varying between 1 and 2. The particle I am assuming starts at origin. Has initial speed v naught I hat. Oh yeah. No worries. Okay, so yeah, that seems like starting with the force seems reasonable. I don't know how we're gonna get to velocity, but v is a function of time. B is constant. It's a function of space. Well, v is going to be a function. I don't know. It might be a function of space too. Oh, yeah, that's a good thought. So yeah, if we can integrate this thing over time, that would do the trick, right? That's okay. You're helping. You're helping. So wait, what is V cross B? I need my I need my hand here. Okay, yeah. So the particle is going to experience a force in the y direction. Like the particle's going to experience a force going that way. Oh wait, initially it'll be only in the positive y direction. As it starts to curve, it'll pick up a negative x component also, right? But that's okay. Uh, be a rough figure for its path. I think it's the figure that's there. Like, I think this is the path of the particle here, more or less. Like, I expect it to be shooting up, and then this is where the magnetic field suddenly cuts off, so it'll just continue in a straight line after that cutoff point. Converges more towards Y? Yeah, I think so. So this is a system of differential equations? Is that what we have here? I'm still trying to work this out, Lucas. This is a physics problem. So B is not changing in time. That's definitely true. We need each of the components. Can we say V and B are always perpendicular, right? Does that help us with the cross product? It helps us with the magnitude. Hey, Optimus. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Fembox. Yeah, I mean, could we just do this cross product and not think too hard about it? I wonder if we need to get these in the same term, like in the same terms, but maybe we don't. Like we could just do that cross product, I think. F is always perpendicular to V and B. That's true too. I think V and B are also always perpendicular. Like V is always going to be in the X and Y plane, and Z is always just in the Z. This cross product shouldn't be too bad to compute though, right? Um, maybe? I think we're getting two terms, and that makes sense. I think I think two terms is proper. So from I, really, I don't even need to write these 2 by 2s. From the I, we're going to get Vy times that. From J, we get another one. From K, we get nothing. And that's good. Do you guys also sometimes get that feeling all of your intellect is just thrown out of the window? That's basically every stream for me, Lucas. Yeah. So after the dust settles, a system of differential equations. Interesting. So like I would solve this like a mathematician would solve this. With like matrices. I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do. Sorry, name. It's not gonna be separable because the x component is related to the y component. Okay, before I try to go, let's not go straight to a matrix. Yeah, this is a determinant up here of a 3 by 3 matrix. We're gonna need a different matrix for this next part, though. So we get this weird thing where Vx is related to Vy and Vy is related to Vx. So there might be some kind of substitution magic you could pull off here. I don't quite know what it would be, though. Also, isn't y a function of time? What? I don't know who you are. I'm scared about the y. Because y is a variable here. Divide the last two differential equations by each other. What's gonna happen on the left side? Oh, are we gonna do the physics thing? Oh my god. Are we gonna cancel the DTs? Uh, just multiply both sides with 0. True. Let's have the balls of true physicists. Aren't we gonna get like some type of linear result here? Or no, we're not. I was wondering about work in energy, and I didn't know how to include the energy for the field. Like the balls and hairy balls theorem, yeah. Work the magnetic field is 0. Oh, I forgot about that fact, yeah. I don't remember, like the magnetic field has potential energy though, right? I, hmm. Math is basically also just letters, Lucas, unfortunately. I do really want to read Griffith's book also. So as you can understand, fair. Um, isn't this something the speed is not constant? Like this is giving a relationship between the x and y component. Like the x is going to be root vy squared plus a constant. Hmm. Oh, the magnitude of the speed is constant. That's what you mean. Yeah. We have an initial condition to find C as well. I think it's just going to be V naught. I mean, I don't care about that, Lucas. And I'll like a lot of people like will throw like a prime sub or something in there too, even if they don't have it like right now. I appreciate anything people want to give, but I expect nothing. Um, yeah, kind of interesting. So I think as a magnetic field, it's changing the direction of this particle, but it's not increasing the speed. Is that what's happening here? How difficult is this question? It's like an undergrad level physics question. If I was better with E&M, I don't think it'd be that bad. Star Voyage, I can try. It's not my strong suit. No, yeah, it's still static, Optimus Prime. It's not going to change in time. Hmm. I I don't know. We also know that y is equal to uh vy times time plus 1/2 dvy dt times time squared. The initial condition is that at times 0, the velocity is v naught I. But yeah, that's what it seems like. Sir's her name. You can add them and think of the sum of vx plus vy. Well, that's not necessarily a constant. Oh, but you're thinking of like making vx plus vy a single variable? Uh, is that helpful? Oh, it might be one of those things where you do both the sum and the difference, and you make each of those their own variable. I swear I've seen that trick with differential equations or physics somewhere. It doesn't solve the issue of the y, though. Hmm. Yeah, Aaron, I just don't know the other way. Been trying to think of one. Well, yeah, I'm just not sure. Like, we still have to deal with the why. Is what I don't like about that. We could make it second order and solve for why. Uh, I don't know. But no, but even then, y doesn't fit in cleanly with the vx plus vy definition, or vx minus vy. Yeah, at the particle's starting point, it just has strength b naught, and at the end of the field at distance d, it has strength 2 b naught. Is there a way to consider just the y motion? Wait, these are all vector equations, so we can focus only on the y equations, but like this equation right here, I think is what we would get if we only focused on the y. I have a new idea, and it involves Google. This is near the same question, just a different starting velocity. I'm just a tutor, Aaron. I study applied math. Wait, what? What happened to the dt? Oh my god. Vy is dy dt. I know they're wrong sometimes. This is an actual video though, which makes me think it might be better. Okay. Um Actually, this is still interesting. We won't get rid of that work. Because I don't trust ChatGPT. I've had too many people tell me that I'm wrong and ChatGPT is right, just for me to show them why they're wrong. Okay, so the trick is to notice that Vy is dy dt, and then you can multiply by dt. What are we putting bounds on this? The video says that Vx ranges from V naught to Vx. I guess it makes sense. And that Y ranges from 0 to D? Okay. That seems reasonable? Question mark? So then Vx minus V naught minus Q over M V naught. Why don't we have degrees in physics yet? I don't know, but I feel like Harvard owes me a degree in physics. Oh, you know, I think he did. I just was saying Harvard for fun because they're a really prestigious school, but I think he did, yeah. Or that's one of the fancy schools that he went to. He also went to Stanford, I believe. He sent us a link when he got his new job, and that listed the schools where he went. I'd have to check that again. It's somewhere in our DMs. Yeah, you're right, Aaron. Okay, so the x component is losing velocity, and that makes sense. I expect the x component to lose velocity because it's being gained in the y component. Someone Gold's chat. Oh, nice. He was just trolling in the YouTube chat the other day, I think. Hi again, Lucas. Don't worry, we're almost done with the physics. We've nearly gotten through it. So Vy starts at 0, goes up to Vy. Wrong answer. This one... Oh, wait. Oh. What does x go from? I don't know. This integral's with respect to x. That's terrible. I hate that. Well, I guess we know x. The magnitude is the same. Oh, true. If it's a constant, yeah. You will have a very pleasant experience. I don't think you have a very pleasant experience right now, but... So yeah, this is the final x velocity. And so I guess we know that v naught squared is equal to v naught minus this whole thing squared. And that'll give us Vy? Romance moves you in a new direction. Ooh. But yeah, I guess we could solve this for Vy. This is kind of terrible. Uh, yeah, because this is Vx when y equals d. So I'm using the thing that we showed before with the total velocity being constant, or like the magnitude being constant. Oh, wait. No, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, never mind. It kind of does, yeah. This feels kind of unreasonable for Vy, though. I don't think it simplifies. But, like, ta-da! That was so much work, though. Wow, they use the same thing, though. I guess that's what you're supposed to do. Maybe, I think they just took that as a fact, like they didn't derive it, and we ended up deriving it. Their answer is cleaner because that instead of saying v naught is the initial velocity, they gave v naught as something nice that like cancels with like this thing over here. But I think we did it right. So I'm not using AI, Aaron. Yep. I think this is just the answer. No worries, surname. I just don't want to use AI in general, Aaron. Fedbox, 100% yes. Uh, that's not true, Lucas, unfortunately. I feel like physics and math are about the same, where it becomes less and less about numbers the deeper you study it. You want AI to be your tutor so you can accelerate math learning and become a math god. I'm beginning to feel like a math god. Math god. You like struggling in math? Well, there you go. When a good order, the answer was always a number. Yeah, Aaron. Okay, so we're probably going to need to take two separate contours here to be careful with the sign of x. I'm sick of looking at all the math very, very little bit. I really understand. If I were to, like, I don't know what a good physical metaphor for this is, but like up until like calculus 2, I feel like I have like a rock solid understanding of math and I could like derive things if I needed to. But as soon as you get past that, it becomes so much like iffier. It goes from like solid rock ground to like a rickety bridge. Hey, Japanese. Yeah, it's been a minute. W here is just some constant, Lucas. So this is an example where we could just put a 2 there or something. But the higher up you go in math, the more you try to solve the more general version of a problem. And so instead of just having a 2 there, we should put a constant there and solve a whole bunch of problems at once. Calc 2, it's like the second semester of university level math. So like if I were to if I were to list it out a bit better, elementary algebra, geometry, pre-algebra, single variable differential and integral calculus. Those are the things where I feel like really solid on, I guess. And like, I don't know, stats, I guess, kind of. Oh yeah, trig. I didn't put trig in there. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean pre-algebra. I meant pre-calculus, which that's still really just algebra. Lucas, it's basically questions that like, that's basically the type of calculus that you've been learning. Less like of an emphasis on proofs, but just like, you know, the limit definition of a derivative, or the power rule for taking a derivative, or how to integrate a single variable function. Calc 2 is the very top of the trunk of the math tree. Everything after that is branches. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Although, like, you can do a lot of math without calculus if you... So it's not like a perfect metaphor, but it is something that, you know, everyone who studies math is going to have to... Like, a university will make you have to understand, at least to, like, that level. Yeah, Calc 2 is, like, the integral part of calculus. That's how it's usually split up in the US. Well, even then I can't even say that. In American universities who follow semester system, it's usually Calc 1 and Calc 2. Calc 1 is differential, Calc 2 is integral. Calc 3 is multivariable. But if there's quarters, then you get a little bit crazier. You like discrete mathematics, less formula, more thinking. That's fair. Discrete math is not my thing, though. In our textbook, there's an introduction for group theory. We didn't do it, though. Ooh, I think you would like that, Lucas. I like doing my math in secret, so I am actually a fan of discrete math, though. And I think that you might like it because it's sort of related to that stuff you were doing with your like Lucas algebra with like the operators and stuff. It's not the exact same, but it's kind of along that vein of thinking. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea, Lucas. Number theory book I've been reading is a lot of algebra in it too, making me miss group theory. Oh yeah, I think I've seen you guys like talking about it. I remember when I was studying algebra with like Penn Center's group, there was a fair amount of number theory because we because like everything is related to like the integers mod something. It seems like. Yeah, those were good streams. Basically, I only think math is cool if I can see why it's useful, Aaron. I'm not a dude who like particularly enjoys proving things. I just like seeing where it can actually be useful. Yeah, Penn. I don't know. I only know what he's like posted in the Elements Discord, but it seems like he's been busy with his job. Heresy about proofs? Yeah. I know. I imagine that being the chair of a math department is a pretty busy thing. Okay, what am I doing here? Okay, so we this K, there's no negative here for the inverse transform. So things aren't getting flipped. I'm scared that at some point I'll lose interest in math though, like in chess. I was really enjoying and loving it in like the beginning of the third year, lasted until late fourth year, then dropped and started hating it. Interesting. Hope that won't happen in math. Math is just a teeny tiny bit harder than chess. I mean, you're allowed to have interests come and go. That's a pretty natural thing. Yeah, I don't know. I hope you stick with math too, I guess. It wouldn't be the end of the world if you realize that you really like pottery or something like random. Soon we have to have a Don, Zach, Penn, Slim team up stream. That would be cool. You know, a real mathematician without proofs. Man, it's been a long time, but I do remember Penn and I did a tag team like math help stream. That was a while ago though. That's when he was doing his subathon, I think. That's true, but like math is an actual subject of chess is not. Therefore, losing interest in chess is way less important than losing interest in math. Well, yeah, but I'm kind of assuming that if you're losing interest in math, it's because you're getting more interested in something else. If you're losing interest in everything, then yeah, that's like depression or something, and that's something to be worried about. But scared I would lose interest in life at some point. Oh no. Hey, Brain Booster. You can type it there in the YouTube chat or put it in the Discord. If you're doing JEE though, I probably can't do it. Was before I found any of you guys? I don't remember. How long have you? Let me look. I can see when you followed. You've been following me since March 29, 2024. I don't remember when his subathon was. Oh, I can't do IMO questions either. I started streaming in January 2023, yeah. So yeah, and we didn't start talking to each other until late 2023. You might have been around the community when we did that. It might have been just too early or something though. I don't know. Not really Brain Booster. They use weird tricks. Now I'm feeling like I want to learn something new. Notice that with chess, it became a little boring. Yeah, I mean, I think math is a bit of a deeper rabbit hole than chess. Although chess has a lot of stuff that you can do with it too, but I think math is a little deeper. I don't like IMO problems, Aaron. I think they're kind of stupid, to be honest. For me at least, so the people who want to enjoy them, that's great. But I feel nothing if I solve them or understand the solution to one. Late 20. Yeah, it was around that. I still have the VOD on my YouTube channel of when you, me, Dan, Penn, and Stookie. We had that like conversation about trying to like form a group on stream. Okay, see you, Brain Booster. Batman. I mean, then don't study math if that's how you feel. I disagree, but you can use AI if you want. You know how I was streaming when I got back into math on Twitch? Me, Zach, and Penn. Oh, yeah. Man, I still miss Danny's streams. They were fun. We do. The people need to unite. We need to get 10,000 signatures and show up on his doorstep. How to get faster at calculation? It's just all practice. There's no trick, just practice. Math is really shitty in that specific thing, in my opinion, because it's really just a whole bunch of bullshit crap together that actually somehow does do something at the end of the day. Is that what you think of math? It's a bunch of bullshit craps together. That's kind of, I think that's the opposite of math. Maybe you like, not necessarily in like the being rigorous part, but in like there's so many different things that are called math that don't seem like math. Maybe that's what you mean by that. Math is inherited. You have to be lucky to inherit it. I don't know about that. A, B, C, D. You mean like being good at math? There probably is some like a genetic component to it or something like that. I feel like there can be a genetic component to being good at anything, but I think just being able to like it only helps you, it boosts you, but it doesn't like, it doesn't have to like limit you, I guess. Batman, I don't really know what you're saying. I feel like you're kind of getting aggressive. I don't really know what the thing you posted means. It got held for review by the automod. Doesn't have to epsilon delta you. Oh my god, Lucas. Okay, so if x is positive, we're using the upper contour here. I mean, I feel like you're getting weird, and I have very little patience for that. I remember a kid crying in my class when we got epsilon delta. Oh my god. That, I also, that's an understandable reaction, but yeah. I hope your teacher was like kind about it and not trying to get that reaction. Because math is on order because that's how we were taught in lower classes. Yeah, for sure, Aaron. Fizzbuzz. I enjoyed complex analysis. I think the it's just kind of helpful. So wait, k equals IW. So it's minus WX. Oh, she stubbed her toe. Okay, well that's different. It's not because of the math. I feel like epsilon delta is the first slap in the face from real math. It really is. Hey, Famished. Good thing we had to learn a proof for the epsilon delta definition. You forgot all this crap, Optimus? Yeah. If you don't use it, you lose it, unfortunately. There's no I in the denominator. Okay, so 2 pi I minus IE to the minus WX over 2W. Yes. If x is less than 0, type math you never have to use IRL. Kappa. A lot of people know about epsilon delta definition of limit, but not the proof behind it. Most people. No, I think it's a really niche thing. I did my entire applied math degree without ever doing an epsilon delta limit, actually. They talked about it, but they never tested it. They never tested us on it. And I could have changed that if I actually took an analysis class, but I specifically avoided analysis because of that. And yeah, Femox is saying a good thing where like you wouldn't really prove the definition. You can prove things with that definition. Trying to figure out what to do for that today before getting back into programming. Okay. Well, Femox is saying that a definition is different from a proof. You don't prove definitions. You use definitions to prove other things. Resting well is as important as working hard. That's a good one for Famished. It's because Famished is always grinding. It's unfair, but I know some people aren't made for calculation and all this stuff. I think a lot of that is because of how math is taught. People are they get burned by a bad math teacher and they give up on it. Why -1 times -1 is 1? Yeah, that's a good example, Aaron. I don't have a good explanation for that. Proof is the most irrelevant thing in entire maths. I disagree with that. I think proofs are really relevant. I don't like them, but they're definitely relevant. So you call axioms? Depending. I'm just so used to my uni just for proofs, maybe. Like it makes sense with integrals, etc. But yeah. Really? Like limits have a practical use in physics and stuff. And just in general, when you do higher level math, limits come up all the time. 28 years later? Ooh, nice. Did I see your fortune cookie? I probably did, but I forgot it. Did you just do one, Lucas? I remember you did one earlier. Oh yeah. Don't let your mind wander. It's too little to be let out alone. Oh my god. That's hilarious. That's the fortune Lucas got. I missed that. That's a good burn. Coming out with good definitions that do useful things, probably the hardest part of math. Yeah. Alright, Superman is coming out digitally tomorrow. That might be what you watch. Oh, yeah. I've heard good things about it. Noticing those limits with e to the something. Oh, like the limit definition of e? It's still important, even if it doesn't come up all the time. Today is the last day of your life so far. Like 60% of the fortunes are just terrible. Mechanical engineering, PDEs? Ooh, wow, Optimus. For the moment I picked up your book until I laid it down, I was convulsed with laughter. Someday I intend on reading it? Yeah, these fortunes are really bad. What hobbies do you have other than trying to solve the problems which have no relation with your field? I'll say the book I'm reading from is more of an applied version of complex analysis. It gets into like differential equations and fluid dynamics and stuff. This particular section is just about Fourier transforms, though. But I don't know, probably my biggest other hobby is coffee. Well, video games too. Color code, I just Googled fortune, like fortune cookie fortunes or something, and I found some GitHub with like 2,000 fortunes, and I just copy pasted it. So it turns out that the quality is not quite there, but it's kind of funny. You know what you're doing after calculus 1. Your path is difficult, will be amply rewarded. Hey, that's a good fortune. That's a legitimately good fortune. Fourier series made sense. Transformation's not really. Yeah, I don't really know what you do with the transformation. What's my secret coffee recipe? Buy expensive coffee beans. Make custom water for your coffee because that matters a lot. Actually, I'm not joking. And have a good grinder. That's like at least $100. And grind your beans fresh. Once you have those three things, you can do almost whatever you want with your coffee and it'll come out at least okay. Yeah. So the mineral composition of water has a big effect on the taste of coffee. So I don't do it anymore, but I used to buy distilled water and mix in my own mix of minerals. I started just taking tap water and diluting it with distilled water, but like the normal tap water here is way too hard. It just has like way too much calcium in it. And good coffee, light roasted, it has acidity, and the hardness in water cancels out the acidity. And so this is a blog by an astrophysicist who has coffee as a side hobby, and he has a whole blog post on water recipes. It is very long. Look at the size of the scroll bar on the right side. On the right side. But like, yeah, he gets into the chemistry of it. He makes a chart with there's like two metrics you measure water on: hardness and alkalinity, and those can come from many different sources, but like these are, if you're gonna like generalize it, these are the two important ones. And so this like red zone is the ideal zone. Your secret desire to completely change your life will manifest. Oh, okay. I don't dehumidifier water to make my coffee? That would probably be distilled. You'd want to mix something into it, I imagine. But I assume that's going to be like distilled water, basically. So yeah, I was making this recipe here. So I just threw them away because I'm about to move and I don't use them anymore. But Epsom salt, magnesium chloride hexahydrate, anhydrous calcium chloride, baking soda, and bicarbonate potassium. I had bags of all of those that I got off Amazon. Easy to just not drink coffee. I enjoy all this. I think it's fun. Reach that level and where does not seem interesting. But yeah, I could go grab the stuff I actually use to brew, but honestly, the stuff you use to brew isn't as important as the beans, the water, and the grinder. Crushed red pepper flakes? Does it make it spicy? I feel like at some levels I'm good, middle school, some levels in middle university. I think that's everyone. No one is good at everything. Wow, that's like... That sounds weird, Fembox. Maybe it could be good. I'm thinking of like, I never had it, but like mole, like the spicy hot chocolate or whatever. Um, that's a thing, so maybe it's good. What's your go-to coffee when you travel? Don't have access to all these fancy stuff? I look for a local cafe. I basically, I'll look at the images on Google Maps or whatever, and I'll try to check out their coffee equipment. If they have certain types of grinders or espresso machines, that usually means it's a good sign. Or if I can tell they serve certain types of coffee. But I prefer local places whenever possible. How one is boring? I think it's cool. Let's go out of the kitchen sink. I mean, if you're just getting grocery store coffee, it's fine. But I get fancy light roasted coffee. That's not a blend. All the coffee comes from one farm. And you get some really cool flavors when you do that. And bad water completely messes it up. What if I try to make coffee like that and I do some blender and make poison? There are high chances. None of this stuff is toxic. You can find these in normal drinking water all the time. Calc 2 made sense. So we started doing triple integrals? I did not do triple integrals in Calc 2. For me, the big thing with Calc 2 was all the different integration techniques for single variable, like integration by parts, doing like sine squared times cosine cubed or something. Yeah, or like the chain rule a bunch. You hate coffee? I mean, that's fair. It is a weird taste. Oh, yeah, I've heard Tim Hortons like fell off though, but I would want to try them just to say that I have. But yeah, the thing that got me, or the person who got me into coffee, is James Hoffman. He has a really cool YouTube channel. Actually, if you're an OG of the stream, I still have the video, but he has a really cool channel that's all about coffee, and he has a really pleasing voice with a British accent. So if you don't like coffee, he's just a really fun channel to watch. What's a good one? Oh, this one was kind of cool. He drank a super expensive espresso. That was from Japan. It was actually grown in Japan. Making meth? Yeah, it's exactly what's happening. And actually, if you're a real OG of the stream, I should still have a video posted. Yeah, it's one of those things that it's expensive just for the sake of being expensive. To be honest, like just for the like exclusivity. But October 29, 2023. He does a thing. Oh my god. I don't even want to look at this. Yeah, it is, Zach. He did a thing where you could buy a kit with coffee in advance, and then he does a live stream and you all taste along the coffees at the same time. And I streamed my perspective of this. I actually got like his permission to like include a stream in my stream. You remember this? Yeah. And so this was, dude, this is back when I had the physical whiteboard. I wore collared shirts. I had that little lapel mic. This is, dude, the stream used to be so much different. But yeah, this was a fun stream. I remember this day being kind of stressful because I was doing like 3 other things on stream that day too. But this was fun. I know, I'm just kind of going down memory lane here. Oh yeah, I would never drink something like Death Wish. To be honest, I don't like the caffeine in coffee. I'd rather not have caffeine. Would have enjoyed it. Yeah, this is a fun day. Anyway, I'm just rambling. Grad school at UW, a master's in applied math, milk. Yeah, that's why most people drink coffee, but not me. Borrowing is not much better than begging, just as lending without interest is not much better than stealing. Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, wait. No, wait. Maybe I do see what they're saying. Lending with interest is not much better than stealing. That's just kind of judgmental. I don't know. I think I kind of see what that fortune is saying. It's saying you shouldn't rely on others for money, and you also should be generous with your money? But that's kind of a contradiction? I don't know. Another day in life without using uni level math? You know, it's people who say stuff like that, Optimus. I don't use the stuff I learned in English class either. I've never once had to read a Shakespeare play and apply it to my daily life. Same with basically any other class I took. Big data job in my future? I have no clue, Milk. I'm just doing it because I like it. I'm going to be taking a mathematical biology class that I'm excited for. And so if I end up liking enough, maybe I'll try to get into that. There's also going to be a good amount of ODEs and PDEs and stuff too. And I'm not taking the class, but there was oh, what was the name of it? I'm kind of warming up to the idea of graph theory, applied to graph theory. Like, this actually sounds kind of cool. I don't have enough room to take this class, but I could see that being interesting. How can biology be mathy? Because biology needs a lot of math. The part of it that got me into it was modeling the spread of disease with equations. But there's a whole lot more to mathematical biology than just that. Yeah, this is what that course will go over. Milk, I think it does a mix of like the microscopic stuff and macroscopic. So it might do like DNA and protein folding stuff, but not just that. Your exam is in 5 days. Graph theory we had it, but I forgot everything. Fair. I think there'll be PDs involved. Apply coffee to graph theory. There's some math in the bio and I'm totally down. Yeah, same. It's, yeah, honestly, like the fluid dynamics also looks really cool. That could be cool. And I wish I had time to take the numerical linear algebra also. I want to take all the classes. That I literally just named all the classes and said they could be interesting. I wish there was more time in the day. PDEs can be used to model evolution of large populations of bioorganisms? Really? That's cool. Can anyone tell me how uni looks like? How much subjects, house sitting in a dorm, how's everything like? Oh, well, that's gonna really depend on where you go and what you study. But yeah, I can definitely agree with Fembox. It goes way faster. For subjects, the normal course load for me was 5 courses per semester. Wait, 5? I think 5, yeah. For me, that was really manageable, though. I had quite a bit of downtime. Like classes. But yeah, I don't know, it's definitely stressful because it's just a really new situation. You're on your own for the first time in life, usually, like away from your parents. It's a really healthy experience though, and it's the stress is worth pushing through. Um, they generally expect you to be a lot more independent in terms of you need to like make your own schedule and make sure that you're on track to graduate. And also, I'm speaking from my experience with like American universities. Things are a little bit different in Europe, but this stuff should hopefully, the stuff that I'm saying should hopefully be the same more or less. That's real applied math and biology statistics. Oh yeah, true. And you calculus in 9 months. Goes way fast. I expect you to know shit from other classes. Yeah, and so I had to do a lot of like advocating for myself with like prerequisites and whether I actually met the qualifications to graduate. The academic advisors at my university were really bad and gave me bad advice. And so I just started going directly to like department chairs and stuff like that to get things done. Custom through about 75 pages, but it was really hard. Oh my god. That sounds really intimidating. Europe has oral exams. I was at ETH Zurich for a while. Oral final exams. But getting to study in Zurich sounds awesome. Cucker Smale model? That sounds like a meme. Cucker Smale? No, it's real. Philippe Cucker and Steve Smale. Wow. Aaron, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, prove it's never zero? Started teaching stats this week. Woo. Been a minute. Oh, that's cool, Alti. Good luck with it. Stats gets a bad rap, but I kind of like it. I've forgotten a lot of it, but stats is cool, I think. Doesn't that make it a little more fun? You can choose what you want to do, what you don't get to do. Yeah, I think it does make it a lot more fun. I by the end of high school, I felt like I was being babied and I really hated it. I got the stupid bug where I can't scroll up in chat. It's been happening to me more and more, and it's really annoying. I really appreciate the freedom of college. Now, I was still forced to take like general education classes that I didn't want to take, but I at least got to choose from a list and not just get put in one. Fluid mechanics is like 1,300 pages. Oh my god. Never taught a full stats class before. Oh, Humble. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. Zurich is like the MIT of Europe. Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit behind in chat. I'm trying to catch up. I love oral finals. I had some of those and preferred those to written. That's why I like streaming. Yeah, fair. Yeah, Finlex, I have the same thought. I like 5 oral exams maybe after a normal exam. Orals are definitely cooler. Oh my god, you guys are popping off. Thanks everyone for being here and for chatting it up. Really want to get a goated math degree? Get a C2 English? Okay. Gonna be this poor kid that took it, avoid calc, learn Python. True, stats is like the class you take to avoid calculus. Gotta go to YouTube to keep up with YouTube chat. Yeah, it's schmoobin, the Twitch chat. Show into a different uni something I can do with these. Yeah, because I bet they have the requirements like spelled out somewhere. For like the English stuff. That's a pretty common thing that they have to like deal with. You know who studied mathematics his first year, failed, came to mechanical engineering, had like the best grades easily? Huh. I mean, some people's brains just work like that. Like they can understand a real situation really well, but once you get to theoretical, it falls apart. And I feel like most mathematicians are the opposite. They understand the theory, but as soon as things get applied, they just tap out and don't understand. The evolution of a flock. As in like Darwin evolution or what? What? The reaching of consensus without a central direction. The state of wow, okay. Uh Cucker-Smale model. This is what Pupuika was saying. Time evolution like the Boyd's model? Okay. No, it doesn't have to be from primary school. I don't think Optimus, but that definitely helps. Zomboids. Maybe. So this is about how a flock of birds all agree to fly the same direction and with the same velocity. Snail's a huge name in topology, huh? Dispersion of the flock may occur if the conditions are not satisfied. I had no idea this is a thing that people would model. Flocking, herding, and schooling. This is a lot of words. Our model postulates the following behavior. Every bird adjusts its velocity by adding to it a weighted average of the differences of its velocity with those of the other birds. Oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. That reminds me of the relaxation method for like solving for like the electric potential. At some discrete time for a particular bird, the amount the bird speeds up or slows down by some weight, the sum of all the birds. Okay, summing up all the differences with the weight. Okay. Math of the zombie herd. That's some crazy fluid modeling and enclosed environment for sonar studies. Those some really cool stuff beyond me though. Oh, cool. Yeah, I bet like solar fluid dynamics is kind of wild. I had a professor who organized a humans versus zombies game on campus every year and studied the behavior of players in the game. Ooh, that's awesome. To get into ETH, Zurich can get a master's. I need to get a bachelor as well as I need to study both English and German to C1. Dang. Professor of physics who could calculate in his head. Okay, and then you want to say 1.29 times 1 over tangent 38? Oh my god, no, that's wild. It's actually related to the Boltzmann equation if you send the number of birds to infinity. I've heard the Boltzmann equation, I've never heard what it's about. They're for PhD, they didn't require anything. Oh, funny. Oh. The heat equation is an example of the Boltzmann equation? Okay, can we draw the line? You're not allowed to have more than 3 integrals in one equation. I feel like 6 is a little bit much. I think it's for simple things though. Like these aren't 6 distinct things. It's just like 3 different dimensions of 2 things. Person who could calculate in his head, it's me and I know what 2 times 2 is. There you go. You want him to count in your head. Can you not count in your head? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Boltzmann was gassy. Oh, okay, yeah, like that makes sense if it's related to like diffusion. What about integral dot 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 integral true? I feel like I've seen like I feel like I've seen some challenge questions where you can actually figure out they have like n many integrals, but you can find a pattern and actually find the result of all those integrals. In statistical mechanics, you have 1 integral per degree of freedom. So for 1 mole, that's 10 to the 23 integrals? Because each particle is a degree of freedom? Oh my god. For each, like, molecule, I guess. My head is a potato. For simple stuff, yes. But actual questions, okay, that's fair. Yeah, there's like if you want to do like basic arithmetic, there's a lot of like things. Oh, what's it called? There's a website that will just like help you drill on arithmetic. It starts with a Z, I think. I don't remember what it's called though. Is there anything for math that is very difficult subject, which is doable to teach me, which lies in the loose bridge of mathematics for me? For me specifically to teach you, Lucas? And what is like loose bridge? Do you mean like, would like mathematical biology be like the loose bridge where it's kind of math but kind of not? Hey, Catmaster. Oh, is this a path integral? I wouldn't know. Oh, okay. You had sent here late. Welcome in. For path integrals, you have 3 to 4 integrals for every real number. Oh, you know what? That's true, isn't it? It just kind of gets hidden away from you. What's 2 plus 2? 4. I never understood how that worked in mechanics. You have a finite number of degrees of freedom in normal mechanics, same time as infinite degrees of freedom for everything. Well, it's solid grounds until Calc 2 and... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. So, absolutely, Lucas. Like things that would be interesting to you and that are that loose bridge for me, or like, not necessarily interesting to you, but just like in general, there's differential equations, 2 plus 2 equals fish. There's abstract algebra. There's real and complex analysis. There's combinatorics. It's a big one. Number theory. Combinatorics is a really big thing too that has many smaller parts of it. So this is a little bit of a generalization. Differential equations, you might want to learn a bit more calculus first. But for the rest of these, well, also for analysis, you might want to learn a bit more calculus first. That, if you wanted to, you could study either of those like right now, though, I think. These other three, they require very little calculus, though. And I think those are all things that would be achievable for you to like study. I feel like I'm missing something that's like pure math. I'm not sure. I can't think of anything else, but I'm sure I'm missing some type of pure math class that I can't think of right now. Linear algebra, that would be a big one too. Linear algebra is great to know. Degree of freedom is a bit weird. It's an integral over all possible configurations. Quantum mechanics things are even more nice because it turns into a finite but very large sum. Can be approximated with integrals. Okay. Hey, Mirror. Famous just quizzing Zach. Doing APGB questions? Oh, nice. Good luck, Mir. Seen proofs in number theory lead to calculus. Really? I'm not sure what that would be. But, like, you already know some, like, calculus, though, Lucas, so you might know enough to get into that stuff. Easy Goldbach conjecture? Let's see. Or just Goldbach conjecture? I'm moving to Seattle. Famished. Every even natural number greater than 2 is the sum of two prime numbers. Does this lead to calculus? And also, don't you have to include 1 as a prime number? Because 4 is 3 plus 1? Oh, wait, no, 2 plus 2. Huh. Point 0.99 bar is considered to be 1. Mathematically can be proved also. I just can't wrap it around my mind. It feels wrong. The whole concept of the bar feels so absurd. Oh, yeah, that makes me really uncomfortable, Mir. Um, the only way I had to comfort myself with that is that the nines have to literally go out to infinity. As soon as you cut off the number of nines and make them finite, it's no longer 1. So that's the one saving grace that I can think of. Maybe a full-time job, so have fun. Yeah. It's very good at Veritasium. Oh, okay. Related to the Flocking/Boltzmann equation, some biophysicists I know often use the Ising model to describe behaviors in biological systems, which is also very thermodynamical. Super interesting model of magnets that has interesting emergent behavior/phase changes. They're qualitatively similar to how birds flock. Huh. Whoa. So this seems like a very physicsy thing, but it happens to coincide with things that aren't just physics. Neuroscience for neurons in the brain. Oh wait, was that symbol on this page, or was that symbol in my list? Oh, an integral with an X in it? I don't know. Gonna watch 28 years later. All right, famous. Sounds good. Enjoyed the movie. Mir, I saw you posted something. I'll read it in a second. I drink a black. Yeah. Just looking through the list on your PC. Yeah, I'd never seen that one before. Sea ice. That's kind of cool. Statistical physics is the egg and QFT is the chicken. Officers turn to stat mech as they get older because they know it can't really be wrong. Some professor in grad school. Drinking black with no sugar? Nice. Okay, Mir, what was your question? Uh, What? Yeah, Mir, I'm sorry. I have no clue how you do this. For 16-year-olds, yeah. Sorry, I don't even know. The knowledge of the field? Probably the knowledge. The general term and sum formula? Okay. I've seen the general term formula. I don't know what the sum formula is. Oh, okay. Okay. Will I ever get through this complex analysis question? We'll find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Uh. Wait. Okay. No, this is okay. I want to freak out because this one has a negative sign and this one doesn't. But that's okay because the orientation of the contour demands that we stick a negative sign in front of this one. Uh, and so the moral of the story is the exponent should always be negative. And so we're going to slam absolute value bars on that. I think it's the answer today. I'm just a student, Mir. I have a bachelor's in applied math. I'm about to start on a master's. In another Asian country, I feel like they give unfair amounts of difficult math, which is very solid for people that don't study math their entire life. From what I've seen of the JEE, and for India in particular, Lucas, I completely agree. The questions they ask there do not seem at all helpful for really anything. They're just meant to be really difficult for no reason. Studying for JEE? Yeah, Amir. I've tried JEE questions many times before. I just can't do them. Been stuck on a number theory question for a few days. Ooh. I assume it's from Slim's like reading group. By the way, I should be better about shouting out the math community that we have here on Twitch. If anyone's like new to the stream and is interested in math streams in general, here's a whole like shitload of streams. What's the question? I mean, I'm kind of curious just to like read it. If it's not too much trouble, just like send a screenshot or something or copy paste it. If it is too much trouble, then no worries. So for part B, we have the same pulls, but stronger. You know, actually, let's not do that. In order to calculate the residue, I'm going to need to use that formula with derivatives. It's going to be take just one derivative of e to the ikx over if x is greater than 0. Of that. No, of that. Because k is going to equal iw. We have to evaluate that expression, I think, to get the residue. If you try to model directly using equations of motions, you can easily end up making something where energy explodes, goes to 0. It's not clear a concept of energy exists. Ooh. Question is, if P is a prime, which is 2 mod 3, prove that every number is a cube mod P. What? If P is a prime, which is 2 mod 3, every number is a cube mod P. What does it mean to be a cube mod P? Maybe I should take an example. Like, 5 is 2 mod 3 in prime? So every number is a cube mod 5, apparently. Okay, some questions go from really flippin' annoying to calculate to super simple. Ooh, cool. Am I? I feel like I'm pretty clearly doing math right now. Okay, so how is 7 a cube mod 5? For example. That is equal to 2. It's the same as 2 mod 5. Oh, wait. Does it mean we can always add or subtract 5 to get to a perfect cube? So 12, 17, 23, 28, 33, 38. I hope I'm not making a mistake. I don't know. Let me look up what Lucas posted. Oh, cool. The Veritasium video. Thanks for linking that. Oops. Sorry. Okay, so we've asked what mod means. Mod means the remainder. When you divide the two numbers. So if you want to evaluate 7 mod 5, you literally do 7 divided by 5. 5 goes into 7 once, subtract 5 off, and you get 2. So 7 divided by 5 is 1 remainder 2. The mod gets you the remainder. So that's why 7 mod 5 is equal to 2. In terms of coding, yes, it's used a lot in coding. It's also used a lot in math in general, though. No, coding has the same meaning of mod. It's always the remainder that you get from doing division. The remainder is always positive. The remainder is never negative. No, that's modulo. Yeah. Oh. No. So modulo and modulus are different words, as far as I know. Well, let's make sure. I think they sound similar, but are entirely different, I think. Modulo is the remainder. Modulus is the magnitude. Yeah. So in that sense, there are two different meanings to mod, because people do abbreviate both of them to be just mod. Yeah, it's just like time. Yeah, this is a number theory question, so mod here pretty much always means the remainder, as Aaron says. Math can work on mod 10, but base 10 numbers is different than mod 10. It's not quite that. Every number is a cube mod P. So how is 7 a cube mod 5? Guys, you have to go down the list. Like 12 is the same, 17 is the same, 22 is the same, 27 is a cube. Okay. So the trick is to realize that 7 mod 5 is the same as 27 mod 5, and 27 is a cube. Huh. Well, now I understand what the question is asking. I don't know. Yeah, how would you go about doing this? 2 mod 3 is just 2. So if you wanted to do 2 mod 3, you would do 2 divided by 3. Like that. So 3 goes into 2 0 times. 0 times 3 is 0, minus 2. So you get 0, remainder 2. So 2 mod 3 is the remainder, which is 2. This type of arithmetic is really important in number theory and abstract algebra. So it's good to like learn this if you ever want to go into those. No, 2 mod 3 is 2. It's actually, you could use 2 for P as well in this question. 0 is like the opposite of a prime. It kind of is, yeah. um... No, P can be anything. Or P can be a lot of things. P can be... There is infinitely many numbers that are 2 mod 3. P can be any number that is any multiple of 3 plus 2. That's what it means to be 2 mod 3. It means you're a multiple of 3 plus 2, basically. And L is just some random integer. It's kind of like a way of thinking, like, you can take the number line, or not say the number line, but like, take the natural numbers and you can group them by where they are relative to a multiple of 3. So 3 is a multiple of 3, 6 is a multiple of 3, 9 is a multiple of 3, and there's a similarity between 2 and 5. They both come, well, and 8 and 11. All of them come 2 after a multiple of 3. That's that's the idea. Same thing with 4, 1. Sorry, that's a little bit too similar of a color. With 1, 4, 7, and 10, all of those numbers are similar where they come 1 after a multiple of 3. X mod z follows f of x equals x plus nz. It's not quite like that, I don't think. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying by that, Lucas, but I'm not sure. I think maybe on the right track, but that equation doesn't seem exactly right. Well, so I've done a few examples, but I can do a little bit of a harder example. If you want to do... 21 mod 6. It's kind of a procedural thing. I don't know if you can make a function that gets you it. You have to do 21 divided by 6, though. 6 goes into 21 3 times. That's 18. Then we have 3 left over. So the result of the division is 3 remainder 3. Oh, that's not... I could have chosen a better example. But we take the remainder, and that's our answer. Glorp. Typing got distracted. Okay. The sentence wasn't making sense, so I'm glad that's not what you meant to say. Mir, I don't know how you do that one. I don't know. I don't think I want to do it. I'm sorry. 21 mod 6 is 21 minus 3 times 6 equals 3. Yes, exactly that. Oh, is the point that the 9s cancel, Mir? Maybe I see it now. The point, I think, is that 3, 6, 9. I inserted a 6 in here because I'm a pervert. Oops. You're gonna go, Lucas? All right, sounds good. Sleep well, Lucas. Thank you for hanging out. The point is that this is 9 numbers here, and so I think the 9s all cancel, and we're gonna get 1 plus 11 plus 111 plus 9 1s. And thank you for the well wishes too. So it's going to contain everything except for 0, right? This is just 1, 2, 3. Oops, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, nice. I assume we never have to go into the negatives. Like, we should never have to go into the negatives to find a cube, I would think and hope. Although -8 is a perfect cube also, right? Yeah, Aaron, I saw you post that before, but if A, B, and C are all 0, then that equation equals 0, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they really want there. Pairwise distinct real numbers? Doesn't that mean all three have to be distinct then? I don't really know how you even start with that. Oh, A, B, A, C, and B, C are distinct? I don't think things cancel if you expand it. I think you've made an error, Mir. They just don't. They have different powers. The A squared B can't cancel with the B squared A. There might be something too. I don't like we can expand it and look, but I don't think I'm gonna know how to do this question, Aaron. Oop. Raxus, you solved like this one I just like typed here? If you don't mind sharing it, it will be useful. Hey, Krim, how's it going? Not good? What's wrong? Uni's been killing me? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. When did you start? Three weeks ago? Dang, that starts early. I hope it calms down for you. You remember school? Kinda, not really. That's fair, Tyler. Any two numbers can be equal, but can never be all equal. Okay, yeah. The thing is, I don't really know where you go from here. I was hoping to know some other way of factoring this or something. I guess like the AC with the AC is what you'd want to group. Consider it as a quadratic in A. Oh. About 6 years since you graduated? That's enough time to forget everything. Make it a quadratic in A. All right. I had a similar gap in when I graduated versus when I started this math stream, and I forgot so much of it. When I first started the stream, I was infinitely worse at math than I am now. Take C minus B common. Oh my god, that's true, Krim. Yeah, A squared plus B plus C A. And then where's the C minus B in here? We have to take a BC out? Right, okay. Uh, Now what do we do with this? Because B and C could be the same number, right? So that thing on the left seems like an issue that we're gonna have to deal with. If B and C are the same, then A, B, and AC wouldn't be distinct. Huh. Wait, oh, did I miss a negative? That's a negative. Yeah, the original phrasing was pairwise distinct. I updated it to say this that Aaron clarified is that's what pairwise distinct means, but I wonder if there's a mistake. But Aaron originally said they are pairwise distinct numbers. That's what I thought too, Fembox, but then Aaron is saying it means something slightly different. So I'm a little bit confused on that piece of the problem. Oh, okay. So I think the word pairwise is kind of redundant. You could have just said they're all distinct, but okay. We'll keep that phrasing. Increment. Are you sure this is a negative? And that? Oh wait, I see. Okay. Only in this stage is it negative, right? Because it's a C minus B. Like this one is positive, but it changes to negative if we take a C minus B out. Yeah, you know what, Mir? With that clarification, it does seem kind of clear from the get-go that this isn't zero. Because at most, only one of A, B, and C can be zero, which means you're going to get something that's non-zero from the rest of the expression. Two plus five, 7. uh oh, this factor's like that? Oh. Oh yeah. Oh my god, Alti. Amazing spot. Well, okay, definitely none of these three are zero. Or yeah. I still think it's kind of clear from the original expression that it's not zero, but yeah, this is definitely even clearer, not zero. Teaching Algebra 1 for 15 years came in handy? Yeah. I, I feel like I should have, like, I guess I messed up. If I didn't mess up the sign at first, maybe I would have spotted that. But yeah, this is just like how you factor quadratic when it works out nicely. So yeah, Aaron, I guess what they probably want you to do for the problem is to find this form. And that's your proof. Oh, if you could have a negative. Yeah, maybe Fizzbuzz. That's a good point. Phobos, hello. How are you? Okay, yeah, Fizzbuzz. I can see that. Definitely one of these has to be negative, right? So you do need to make sure something isn't canceling. Oh, Aaron, I think from here, we use the given information that they're pairwise distinct real numbers to claim that none of these are zero. So if none of them are zero, there's no way for the entire thing to equal zero. Well, we're given that they're real numbers, at least. Yeah, I think from here, you're just kind of done. Oh yeah, you could do what Welty's saying and go for a contradiction. Let it equals zero, but that would mean that C minus B equals zero, or A minus B equals zero, or A minus C equals zero, and none of these can be true. But Vietta's points you can also tell. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. I've hardly used Vietta's, so I don't really think to use them. They might be helpful too in some way, though. I'm good. Traveling, saw you were doing your last stream for the move. Yeah. Hope your travels are going well. What do I think about JE questions? I think they're uninteresting and needlessly difficult, so I don't like doing them. The more math I see, the more I think there aren't any symmetries. If there aren't any symmetries that solve your problems, then you are SOL. Physics 2? I could see that. Uh... Okay, yeah, like you have to. It depends what you mean by SOL. So I'm trying to think of things that are that don't have symmetries, and my mind is going to like nonlinear differential equations, but we still have numerical methods. Symmetry and problem is there. It's developed they're practicing a lot of PQP. Yeah. You like to be taught by Alti? Alti is awesome, yeah. Me too. They're not intuitive in solving for the first time. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, what's the least symmetric object? It's probably some crazy. I'm sure some mathematician has attempted to create that. Numerical methods is SOL? Yeah, fair. I wonder if someone that sounds like a good question for Google. Let's see what comes up. What is the least symmetric thing in math? Asymmetry. Well, that you know that checks out. A scalene triangle. FA. Oh, repo tomorrow. If I can get enough packing done before, I would love to get a last little session in. But I have to do like a lot of packing and cleaning tomorrow. I guess someone has to have asked this question before, but I'm not really finding it. How long have I lived in my current place? In like this like apartment here, 3 years plus a bit, I think. This place is honestly for what it is, it's a steal, and so I've tried to stay in it for as long as I can. For me, it's a lot. Before I lived here, I was moving basically every year because either like landlords want to increase rent every year or they sell the place out from under me. I've had different reasons to move each time, but I've basically had a reason to move every single year until I got here, where they have raised rent, but not every year. The people the uh the people who own it is just like a family, not a corporation or anything like that, or someone with like a million different properties. And you've current for 20 years? Dang. Those looks real nice. Yeah, this is uh this is a unit of a house in a really nice neighborhood. Um for really cheap rent. Tr- Cheap is relative to the area. It's still like I think it goes up to like 21 or 2200, but for here that's really cheap. Um be 20 years in a few months. Moved here in '05. Wow. If it works, it works. Long time having a house for 8 years. It feels like forever. It'd be nice to have a house and have that like stability of not having your place like basically taken away from you. All time for you to move. And if you have a good deal there, there's no reason to. I mean, I've never like I never seriously like look into it, but like I guess there's people who say like, you know, if you're renting, you're just throwing money away versus owning a house. Uh, and I think it's just true, but I think for some people, renting is just kind of like the right thing for them also. You've been here for so long, fair, yeah. Stability is nice. You want to rent and permanent in a bigger city for a little bit to get away. Oh yeah, like I don't think I'd enjoy living somewhere that's too like rural. I like being close to things. I grew up in a house that was like on the outskirts of a small town. And so you'd have to drive for 10 minutes just to get to like the edge of the small town where there's hardly anything there. And growing up like that, I just like, man, I really don't want to do this. Low D high. Okay, low D high. Ah. Minus high D low. Get low, get low. Belching that Ari at home makes you want to get an apartment in a city. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think every city is gonna be like that, but yeah. I'm describing your life. I just can't deal with it. I was so excited to be able to turn old enough to drive because I just felt so trapped uh, living in that house and never being able to go anywhere on my own. Like there's nowhere to even walk really. There's like a trail that was nice for nature, but you couldn't go anywhere fun on foot. Oh, Alti sneaking over to the YouTube side. Like Wilson City, you also like your $600 mortgage, property tax, and home insurance payment. That does sound amazing. Uh, I do live in a place that is nearly as expensive as you can get. I feel like in America. Uh, Thankfully, the job that I was working had a wage that was like commensurately high. But yeah, it's still like the numbers are just kind of crazy. Just living in Manhattan for a few years, that sounds cool. Significantly less than you paying rent in Buffalo. Yeah, I remember Alti is somewhere in the south, I think. I don't know exactly where, but much larger than here. Appalachia, okay. Yeah, that's cheap living. Okay, can I pull off these cancellations in my head? Wix. Can I also factor this in my head? I shouldn't be doing all this mentally. Okay, I'm factoring out an I e to the minus wx. We have left over a w x plus 1? Question mark? Hey, Sockno, how's it going? Irritated? Aw. Why is that? Just double checking my math. I think I did it okay. Okay, now let's check it for x less than 0. Oh, goodbye number theory. It's 4 a.m. and you're starving? That sucks. On Wiktionary, on Latin words in English, how to remove my work on citations. So someone remove your work on citations. That does sound annoying. I imagine they're very picky about how that stuff works. Goodbye number theory. I wasn't solving that problem. Sounds good, Phobos. Good luck on your adventure too. Ooh. Minus IW. I am a noob, and this guy who has been 17 years on platform just bashed me. Ah. That honestly isn't surprising. I wish people wouldn't do stuff like that. But there's always people on sites like that who are gonna have their power trips. They think they're linguists, they're not. Yeah, fair. They don't know anything about the actual like subject matter that they're commenting on. Okay, so that's negative 2IW squared. Which is negative 4W squared. E to the WX. Write that in 3 square terms? I'm sorry, Amir. I don't know how to do that. I honestly, my plan now, I'd like to get through the end of this problem, then probably wrap it up for the day. Thank you for understanding. All this math is worth thinking about? The complex analysis or the number theory or both? Or something else? Hey, Territar, it's going good. How about you? It's working on inverse Fourier transform. Both and everything. Fair enough. I'm working on part B right now. There's an annoying little detail with the sign of in this case X that I have to be careful of. That's what I'm working through right now. You haven't thought about much since I wrapped up the reading group? It's fair. I mean, yeah, you kind of launched right into the number theory thing, so. All right. See you, Amir. Sleep well. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think this is really fun. Okay, we gotta do some more mental mathing here. We don't have to. I could write it out, but I'm going to refuse to write it out. Okay, so we're factoring out an I in e to the wx. The tutor you work with has been doing a ton of residue integrals the last few weeks. Oh, nice. Now let's move on to a measure theory text by Terrence Chow. Ooh. I imagine that's going to be pretty difficult. Hey, Sadhana. Why moving? For grad school, Skirtle. More school? Mm-hmm. It's how I do. So no, I'm gonna wrap it up soon. If you want, you can put your question there. If I can't answer it quickly, though, I might not have time to do it today. I'm kind of just trying to quickly get through this problem. Then wrap things up. Okay, so this one, I want to bring the negative sign inside. Okay, so I think what I'm seeing here, the exponent should always be negative. So we're gonna need a negative absolute value of x. And the x here should always be positive, so we're gonna take an absolute value of x. So I think we're getting 1 over 2 pi times 2 pi I negative I e to the minus wx. Oops, absolute value of x. I need more room. Oh god. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sadna. I definitely don't know how to do that problem. Even though I did have more time. Sorry. 2 pi's cancel. The I times I cancels with a minus sign. I don't even know Fembox, to be honest. I don't know that part of LaTeX. So this is an even number, so it doesn't have an answer. But it should look similar to the answer to part C from previous. And it does. So I think I did this okay. So A plus B plus C is 6. I'll put the question up on screen. I don't think I know how to do it. Oops. So that's the question there. This does not look like the type of question that I remotely know how to do, though. You probably have to divide them in some clever way, but... I don't know. And I kind of want to head out for the day. So, I'm sorry, Sana, but I think I'm going to have to move on. Can I at least Google it? I can give you a link. It's just Doubtnut, and Doubtnut isn't very trustworthy. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know. I think I'm wrapping it up here though. So yeah, obviously this will be the last stream I have planned before I move. So it'll be minimum a week before I stream again, probably longer. Or like certainly longer. So yeah, I'll still be around on Discord. I'll probably still pop in people's chats during like the evenings. So yeah, I'll still be around, but won't be able to stream or play games at all. I don't imagine that you can actually solve that system, Territar, right? Wouldn't you need another equation? I think you have to just manipulate those two equations in some clever way to get that. Look on the packing. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Territar, but I'm gonna end the stream here. It's the YouTube stream. The Twitch stream will look for a raid. So people here on YouTube, thanks for being here. And I'll see you later.